The parties do not have any preliminary matters to present to the board at this time.
All right, thank you. Then this matter will be scheduled for a show cause hearing at a date to be determined. And so we'll provide the dates to both the government and the licensee's attorney as soon as we're able to. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. The next case in our calendar is case number 20 CMP 00031. Do drop in, license number 97569. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. or Ms. Tigaraja, your rights have been elevated.
Okay.
All right, if you have a camera, are you able to?
That's all, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, yeah, thank you.
No, I do have a camera. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm just saying, if you have a camera, can you open a camera? If you don't have a camera, that's fine. I'm just asking.
Oh, sorry, I should be. Oh, why it's not working?
All right. Well. All right. Mr.
I
Ortiz,
apologize.
can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. This is Jonathan Theagaraja for the license.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me go with the government first. So let the government introduce themselves for the record, please, first, sir.
Oh, here we go.
Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia.
Good morning, Mr. Ortiz.
There we
And
go.
Mr. Yes, now I can see you. So can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. It's Jonathan Theagaraja. That's Janakan. Last name Thiagaraja.
Theagaraja.
Yes, that's right.
All right, good morning. And what's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I'm their counsel.
All right, thank you. All right. Did you file an appearance, make an appearance with the agency? You filed paperwork?
Yes.
Yes. All right. All right. Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case, please?
Yes, the parties would like to present an offer in compromise at this time.
And what is the offer in compromise, please?
As to charge one, cover charge collected without the proper endorsement, the term of the offer in compromise shall be that the establishment shall pay $500 within 120 days, or its license shall be suspended indefinitely until this fine is paid.
All right, Mr. Theagaraja, it's my understanding that there is an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise is that for charge one, cover charge without an endorsement, there is a fine of $500 payable within 120 days, or if the fine is not payable within 120 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer in compromise?
Yes, it is.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to have a hearing?
Yes.
Is your client also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
All right. With that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise of a fine of $500 payable in 120 days be accepted. If the fine is not payable in 120 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. Are there any questions by any board members? Hearing none. I will now do a roll call vote in the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato. I'm sorry. Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. I think my board members are falling by the wayside and without me realizing, but we need three by operation of law. As long as we have 3 board members online, that is a quorum. We do, however, have 4 board members. So just want to make sure that everyone knows that the board does have a quorum with 3 board members. But so the OIC has been accepted 4-0. Thank you very much. All right. Have a great day. All right. All right. Thanks. All right. So thank you. You're dismissed. All right. All right. All right. So I see you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz, and I will see you, I think, this afternoon for other cases. All right. The next case in our calendar is a fact-finding hearing. It's for from the Association for the Preservation of Historic Congressional trade name Historic Congressional Cemetery, license number 117896. This is an application for a CX license. Miss Adams, I'm sorry, Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Williams. Do you have a camera so you can open your camera so I can at least see who I'm speaking to, if you have one?
I do. It should be working now.
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Okay. Yep. Here we go. That should do it.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure. I'm Paul Williams. I'm the president of Historic Congressional Cemetery.
All right. So this is an application. It's my understanding you have applied for a CX license. So first and foremost, can you tell us about the Historic Congressional Cemetery, please?
Yeah, we are a 35-acre site located in Capitol Hill East, right near the DC jail, unfortunately, and RFK Stadium. And we are run by a nonprofit. We're owned by Christ Church, but run by a nonprofit since 1976. And we have a variety of activities and events in the cemetery for primarily fundraising purposes. And some of those, including weddings, we get daily alcohol licenses. So we thought it would be a little more streamlined to get more of a catering license that we can kind of cover up to, we probably have 75 events a year. So we thought we'd kind of streamline it. We want to do everything right and by the books, and that's why we applied for it.
So, but you applied for a, so tell me what type of events, what types of events do you envision providing services for? What type of events?
Yeah, we one of our more popular events is called Soul Strolls in the fall, and it is a tour group of 25 people that leave every 15 minutes by a docent, and they go to grave sites where there's a costumed actor or actress kind of telling their ultimate demise. And we usually have a bar set up in the chapels. They can kind of start in the chapel, mingle, wait for their tour. The tours take about an hour. They can return to the chapel afterwards to kind of discuss and regroup if their friends are on different tours and things like that. That's kind of one of our typical groups. Sometimes we have weddings in the chapel. Sometimes we have authors giving lectures that we like to set up a little wine and beer table to sell, to make money. And then some are just kind of private tours that might include wine and beer as you navigate throughout the cemetery.
What do you mean? So what are these? What are these private tours?
They're usually some of our high-end donors. If you donate a certain amount, we can give a docent and a private tour to up to 25 of your friends. So it just kind of goes around the cemetery and talks about the people buried there, different monuments, some of our architecture, and just our 216 years of history.
Now you applied for, so I'm sorry, so you're the president of, I'm sorry, you're the president of what again? I'm sorry.
Our legal name is the Association for the Preservation of Historic Congressional Cemetery. We just kind of narrow it down to Historic Congressional Cemetery, but I'm the president of the nonprofit.
So who's applying for the license?
That would be our nonprofit, yeah.
So you are the president of the nonprofit that's applying for the license, because part of the problem that initially I had, you're a nonprofit and you did not list who's applying for it. I see that it was a Kimberly Marcus, and her name was listed as the front office manager, I believe. That's what it says.
Yeah. She's an employee of ours, and she's the one that has the clean hands and the ability to get kind of our individual liquor licenses.
But you're applying for a permanent liquor license for the establishment. So I believe it should be an officer of it has to be an officer of the nonprofit, because she's an employee. Because if you're applying, well, at least in my view at this juncture, if you're applying for it, if you're an employee, the license is applying for it. So when the employee leaves, they leave with a license.
Okay, yeah.
All right, is there another, there's a Kim Marcus, if she's on the line, and Ms. Andrews, you can elevate her rights, please. I think she just logged on.
Stand by.
Thank you.
Ms. Marcus, your rights have been elevated.
Ms. Marcus, if you have a camera, can you please open your camera and also spell and state your name for the record, please? Ms. Marcus. All right. Well, all right. Now, yeah, as I said before, you applied for, so she's a person that her name is on the application, and so I was somewhat concerned that I saw the lease that you provided, and it was the chair of the board of the directors who had signed the lease. I don't understand then. Explain that to me. The lease that was provided was signed by the board of directors. So is this the same? So explain this to me. How is there a lease? So tell me, I don't understand that then, please.
Kim, I can explain that. Our property has been owned since 1807 by Christ Church, Episcopal Church here on Capitol Hill. And beginning in 1976, we signed a long-term lease to maintain all aspects of the property, operate the cemetery, restore the headstones. And we renegotiated that lease, I think, in 2019 for a 25-year period. So the church has literally nothing to do with the cemetery. It's solely and wholly operated by the nonprofit.
So, so the nonprofit leases the cemetery from the church. Is that what it? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, that's correct.
So the nonprofit then is responsible for the upkeep of the cemetery, basically.
That's right. Yeah. All aspects, from burials to renovations to mowing the yard to all maintenance. Mm-hmm.
Now you applied for a CX license, and a CX license is basically you applied for a multi-purpose license, and a multi-purpose license. This is the regulations. So this is 25, chapter 25 of the code, section 1113 G1. It states that a multi-purpose facility license shall be issued to legitimate theaters, universities, museums, conference centers, art galleries, facilities for the performance of sports, cultural, or tourist-related activities, and to indoor parks, buildings, and facilities that primarily serve as a recreational playgrounds or workspace. So how did you decide to choose a specific license to apply for? There are other type of license you could have applied for. So why did you choose this specific type of license?
Well, we've run into this issue before with the city. Because we're a cemetery, we don't really fit into any categories that are typically run by even the building permits. To get a certificate of occupancy for a cemetery had just never been done before. So we kind of consider ourselves a museum and a park. And we just happen to be zoned residential for some reason, but obviously our 70,000 people don't count anymore and don't vote.
So you're saying that you're saying who considers you who considers you a museum / a park? Who made that decision? And where can I find that?
Yeah, we are actually elevated up to a National Historic Landmark. It's the highest level you can get for a historic site. So we consider ourselves a museum. We've got 216 years of artwork out there and headstones and history. We're a National Historic Landmark, and we're a community park. I mean, the entire city and visitors and tourists come to stroll through our cemetery and glean some history.
So what do you mean it's a community park? What do you mean by, explain that you said you're a community park. Explain that a little bit more for me, please.
Yeah, we're unlike a lot of other cemeteries that tend to be doom and gloom. We do a lot of event programming. We have a lot of people come and see our cherry trees. We have a lot of people just coming in and enjoying lunch at some of our picnic tables and really utilizing the cemetery as though it were Central Park in Manhattan.
All right. Does any other board members have any questions for Mr. Williams? All right. I don't hear it in the moment. Let me see. I know that over the last years, your organization has requested a significant amount of 1 days from us, and the agency has granted it. So I guess you're saying now that rather than continue to request 1 days, is that you believe that it's better to just get a permanent license?
Yeah. One of our issues is our rain dates. So if we try to hold an event for an evening movie night or a tour and it rains, then we have to get 2 licenses. So we get a license for that night, and then a week later, as a backup, we get a second license. So just for rain dates. And our kind of concern is if it's not a CX license, what I'm asking the board, what type of license we might fit in. I know we're kind of a quirky situation that happens to us all the time.
I'm not. And that's the purpose of this fact finding here, for us to get more information from you to see whether or not for the type of license that you request, do you meet any of the qualifications?
Okay.
You're saying that you in DCRA, do you have a certificate of occupancy? I know you had mentioned that before. So what is it that if you have a certificate of occupancy from DCRA, what does it say that you are?
I think it says that we are a nonprofit office. We have an old house that now serves as an office for 11 employees. And so they categorize us as a nonprofit office.
All right, so they're saying that, do you have any, I know that you said that you serve as a recreational facility or a museum. Do you have any official government document that some other entity has recognized you as one of, as a museum or as a recreational, and just, do you have any, as in a government entity, in the sense that historical, you're saying that you're on the historical preservation list. So tell me what it is that, how are you recognized by any other entity as either a museum or a recreational center, or how were you recognized?
Yeah, we are recognized. We get a business license from the city every 2 years, I believe, and we are recognized as a certified nonprofit that happens to operate a cemetery, but we're mostly categorized as a nonprofit.
Okay. Under your articles of incorporation, what does it say that you are?
I believe it says that we are a historic cemetery. Yeah, we're a nonprofit that operates the historic cemetery, if I'm correct. Oh yeah, there's our CEO.
Board member Short has joined us. So the board now has 6 members in attendance. Now, so tell me, you're saying that as a museum, so tell me some significant historical fact about your museum, please.
Sure. I just brought up our certificate of occupancy, and it says that we are a cemetery office and chapel is the official on the occupancy permit. We were laid out by Pierre L'Enfant that laid out the city plans. We're that old. We're 1807. Our first burial was 1807. We have a vice president, Elbridge Jerry, that is buried here. We have J. Edgar Hoover. We've got photographer Matthew Brady, musician John Philip Sousa, and Marion Barry himself is buried here too.
Hold on a minute, please. Mr. Short, can you please mute your phone, please? Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
About the history?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. We have quite a bit of notables here. We've got everyday people. We've got a vice president, Elbridge Jerry. We have J. Edgar Hoover that's buried here. Civil War photographer Matthew Brady, musician John Philip Sousa with the Marine Corps Band, and even recently, former Mary Berry is buried here.
Now, so how often do you have this soul stroll, as you stated? How often do you have that?
We do 2 weekends of that in the fall, so it's 4 nights in October. And then we have a similar event that's happening in May. So it's kind of lantern docent-led guided tours.
So you said in October, so is that around Halloween, or did you just? I'm just asking because you said October.
Good question. We respectfully don't do anything for the Halloween itself, so it's in early October.
All right, fine. And you're also saying that you do private tours. So in a typical year, how many private tours do you do?
Oh, it would average, yeah, probably about 50, at least once a week. Mm-hmm.
And you have this at least once a weekend. And I'm trying to build a record, and that's why. So I'm not asking you these questions just to ask.
No, that's all right.
We're a public record, so if we're gonna make a determination, and then we need to figure out whether or not this is the proper license that at least you should apply for.
Sure.
So that's why I'm trying to build a record by asking certain questions for you to tell me what is it that you do, and so basically and then the board will make a determination to see, based on what you do, is the appropriate category, or are we going to say to you that based on what you do, we believe you should apply for a different type of license. So that's one of the reasons why I'm asking.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Good morning, Paul, Mr.
Hi,
Williams.
Ed.
I believe the struggle, if I could use that term, that we have looking at this application is it's not that we don't want to be supportive, but we have very defined definitions of the categories for our licensed classes. And I appreciate the investigation that our chairman is doing in trying to elicit answers that allow us then to consider the category that you're requesting. So I hope you understand that we're trying to assist your organization, but just from the conversation and what I can read from the application, it seems that the city sees you as a 501c3. No, is it a C3 for cemetery? Yeah.
Yeah, C3. Mhm.
As well as they see you as, a nonprofit that's related to the activities of the cemetery. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
So if you've had a chance to look at the definitions of our various categories, rather than just sort of picking one, and I understand probably why you're bored and you did this, but I think we need some clarification on how we fit you in.
Sure.
Otherwise, I think, I know that it's laborious to try to get 1 days, but if you've been able to get 1 days through the agency in the past, we are very, I hope I don't speak out of turn, but we are supportive of that. So
Yeah.
I hope what I'm saying is helpful to you.
Yes, yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's a pleasure to see you, Paul.
Thanks, Ed. I haven't seen you in 15 years, so it's good to see you too.
Well, I guess what I'm saying appears that there's some that Mr. Williams knows, board member Grandis. I think Mr. Grandis, just as an FYI, since 2013, it's my understanding that this entity has requested over 101 days. And so what the board does when we look to see that an entity has consistently request 1 day from the agencies, then the agency will reach out to the entity to say, well, I think that you should apply for a permanent license rather than every week you're applying for 1 day. And I think, I'm not sure if the agency had contacted them to say to them that I think you should do that, but I know that since I've been chair, that the agency has looked at entities who has consistently requested 1 day from us, and then we say to them, we believe that you should apply for a full-time liquor license, a full liquor license rather than consistently requesting 1 day, because clearly, if you request a liquor license, then this will be placard, and the neighbors would weigh in to whether or not a license should be granted. While if you always request a 1 day, then the neighbors, they do not have a say. The agency grants it, and the neighbors get complained to say they're having a party every day, and how did you give these people a liquor license? And so that's one of the reasons why I believe that Mr. Williams is here today to request a full-time liquor license, a full liquor license.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I just want to note for the record, I think the nearby residents are members of the cemetery.
They are, Ed. We once in a while we get a special event license where we have to collect signatures from the neighbors, and it's never been a problem. The neighbors really enjoy the cemetery. We're large enough, the 35 acres, that usually any of our events are thousands of feet away from the neighbors across the street.
All right. So I was just trying to clarify the record. So thank you for that also. Now, so are you applying for what type of, are you just asking for beer and wine, or you believe that you need beer, wine, and spirit?
We are asking for spirits as well. Most of our events are beer and wine, but the Soul Strolls and a few other events do include spirits. And we also have movie nights where we bring in families to watch movies. We have 5K races. Our biggest race is probably the Pride 5K, where we do beer after the Pride 5K in June.
All right. So how large is, say, typically an event that you have? How large is that event?
I would say our Soul Strolls might define our typical event, and we will cycle through about 400 people a night on Soul Strolls between like 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. So they leave in groups of 25, kind of not a big party for 400 people, but every 15 minutes, a docent takes away 25 people to do a tour, and then they usually leave the cemetery. Yeah, the Pride 5K, we haven't had for a year and a half because of COVID, but it usually brings in about 1,500 runners that are here between 8 o'clock at night and by 10 o'clock. And they run out of the cemetery onto the Anacostia Trail and then end back in the cemetery at our, we have an LGBT corner that they start and stop at.
Hold on. Did you say 8 o'clock at night or 8 o'clock in the morning?
It's usually an evening run. So the bell usually sounds about 7 o'clock at night, actually, and then they're all gone by 10 o'clock.
It's in June.
It's in June, yeah.
I'm sorry. Do they run in the cemetery or do they run onto the streets? Where do they run?
It's a little bit of both. They start at we have an LGBT corner where a lot of LGBT individuals are buried. So they start there. They run around the cemetery, and then we have a gate that gives us access to the Anacostia Trail. So they run up to RFK Stadium, basically on the trail, and then back into the cemetery where they finish.
So this happens during this. So you're saying this happens usually during the summer?
In June, yeah, during the Pride. Yeah, yeah.
Now the reason I'm asking, because it's like the days are longer in the summer, so I'm just curious about having a run while it's dark in the cemetery, but that's why.
Yeah,
but since it's in the
exactly.
summer, all right, since it's in the summer and the sun normally sets later, so a 7 o'clock start to run in the cemetery would not be necessarily out of the ordinary.
Yeah, right. Most of our events happen between March and October, and we're pretty dormant in the winter because of the hours and the weather. So most of it's March through October.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, any questions? I know that I'd asked this before. Mr. Short, you can pull your camera a little bit down, sir, so I can see your face. So we're not seeing your face. Mr. Short. All right. Any additional questions by any board member based on the questions that I asked? All right, Mr. Williams, any additional information do you want to provide to the board?
I don't think so. I got some staff members here. Oh yeah, we've got our zoning map is a little irregular, which doesn't surprise us because we're a cemetery that is over 200 years old. We are adjacent to an HE4 and an HE3, and I'm not really sure if that makes any difference for us, but we often run into kind of categorizing issues with the city because we are just a cemetery, and you can imagine trying to get a certificate of occupancy for a cemetery. It took me about a year and a half to finally figure out the right checkbox with the city to make us legit.
All right. Well, all right. One of the things that I'm going to suggest that you do, and I'll ask the agency, the board will will take this matter under advisement and let you know what the next step is. But I believe that you would have to amend your application because you are a nonprofit, so it has to be someone within. And I'll talk to the agency, but it's more likely than that it would have to be one of the officers of the entity who
Okay.
is requesting the license. And but I believe that the agency will let you know, because I noticed that on the application, none of the officers were listed, but the agency should walk you through the process that to correct at least some of the deficiencies that I see in the application itself.
Okay. Mhm.
But we'll the board will take this matter under advisement, and we'll get back to you whether or not. And so the next step is that if we believe that this is the proper type of license, then I think the agency will placard this as part of the process. So the next step would be not that it's not going to be approval or disapproval. It would be stating to the agency, allow the process to move forward regarding seeking a license. Okay.
Okay. Yep,
All right, so
that makes sense.
So thank you for your appearance here today, sir. And again, as I said, we'll take this matter under advisement. All right.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
Have a great day. All right.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Well, I'm glad.
We're at the end of our morning calendar. So what I will do now is that let me do our legal agenda. All right. The first matter on our legal agenda is the review of Allore's Lounge motion for reconsideration dated March 24th, 2021, in case number 19 PRO 00131. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote in the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short. Mr. Short. Mr. Short. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. I'm unable to get a response from Mr. Short, although he's on the line, but I'm unable to get a response, so I cannot count him in the vote. So the board passed this matter. I'm sorry, the board passed this matter 5-0. I'm sorry, the board agrees to deny this matter 5-0. The next matter on our agenda is a review of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6C's opposition to Allure Lounge's motion for reconsideration. Allure Lounge license number 108303. This matter is now moot. The next matter on our legal agenda is the review of Red Rocks and Focus's joint motion to reconsider canceled license dated March 26, 2021, Red Rocks license number 090997. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote in the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next matter is a review of Kogal's Liquor's petition to unilaterally terminate or amend settlement agreement. This is Kogad Liquor's license number 024868. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next matter is a review of SNR's liquor's petition to unilaterally terminate or amend settlement agreement. This is S&R Liquors, license number 097252. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of Kiss Tavern's motion for reconsideration of order summarily revoking its license. This is Kiss Tavern, license number 104710. I make a motion to deny the request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next matter is a review of the government's opposition to Kiss Tavern's motion for reconsideration. Kiss Tavern, license number 104710. This matter is now moot. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of Food 7 Stores motion for reconsideration of the dismissal of the license at renewal application in case number 20PRO 00060. This is 7 Food Store, license number 108479. I make a motion to deny this request because it was untimely filed. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Cato are second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next matter is a review of ANC 5D's opposition to Food 7 Store's motion for reconsideration. This is Food 7 Store, license number 108479. This matter is now moot. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated April 1st, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B and MICASA, license number 117679. I make a motion that we approve this matter with modifications. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next matter is a review of request for reinstatement of license dated April 1st, 2021. This is Georgia Brown's license number 077127. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next matter is a review of a global offer and compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 2nd, 2021. This is in case number 19 CMP 00218, 19 CMP 0023, and 20 CMP 00041. This is Hawthorne, license number 099603. The offer and compromise, this is for case number 19 CMP 00218. This is charge 1, increased interior occupancy. The board will issue, the recommendation is that a warning be issued. In case number 19 CMP 00223, charge 1, increased summer garden occupancy, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762B2. The offer is that there's a fine of $2,000 to be paid within 120 days, or its license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. And the third case is case number 20 CMP 0041 in charge 1, increased summer garden occupancy, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762B2. The fine is a fine of $2,000 to be paid within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the board accepts the offer in compromise that was provided to settle these Hawthorne cases. Is there a second?
Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 1st, 2021. This is in case number 20 CC 00007, Fuel Pizza and Wings, license number 88727. The offer in compromise in this case is charge 1, sale of an alcoholic beverage to a person under 21 years of age, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25781, term 1, a fine of $2,000 payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended until the fine is paid. Term 2, suspension, license shall be suspended for 5 consecutive days, with 5 days to be stayed for 1 year, provided that there are no further violations in the year. And term 3, all employees who serve alcohol beverages in the licensed establishment must complete an alcohol training program within 90 days from the date of the OIC. I will make a motion that the OIC be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett, second.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote to the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of the offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 5th, 2021, in case number 19 CC 00128 and 20 CC 00023. This is Lost Society. And hold on a minute, please. This matter is scheduled for a hearing this afternoon on our calendar. So I'm going to make a motion that the board defer on making a decision on this offer in compromise until we have had a hearing to discuss the offer that's been presented. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. And so we'll defer making a decision until we have the hearing on this matter. And this case is on our afternoon agenda. All right. All right, let's now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is in Dance and Crab, license number 090297. I make a motion that we grant this request through September 30th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote in the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is in Fresh Fields Whole Foods Market, license number 022045. I make a motion that we grant this request through September 30th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is Fresh Fields Whole Foods Market, license number 086069. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2021. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request is a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is establishment formerly Marrakesh slash Aurora Lounge, license number 112033. I make a motion that we grant this request through September 30th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request is a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Catachitos, CATRACHITOS, restaurant license number 095465. I make a motion that we grant this request through approve this request through September 30th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for St. Arnold's Muscle Bar, Cleveland Park, license number 088441. I make a motion that we grant this request through September 30th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request, a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Ziegfeld's Secrets, license number 078663. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. The next request, a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Danson Crab LLC, formerly Tenley Grill, license number 117245. I make a motion that we grant this request through September 30th, 2021. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. The next request is a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for U Street Music Hall, license number 083219. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2021. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote in the motion. That's been properly seconded by Mr. Grandis. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. The next request is a request to change the date of a previously approved nonprofit corporation auction donated alcoholic beverage products in a Heart's Delight auction event to be held online from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. From 8 a.m. on May 5th, 2021 through 8 p.m. on May 6th, 2021. The event was previously May 6th to the 7th. It's from American Heart Association, license number 21 AUCTION-1 the license number is 21 AUCTION-00003. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote to the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. The next request is a review request to change the date of a previously approved nonprofit corporation auction permit in order to auction off donated alcoholic beverage products in the Go Red for Women auction event to be held online from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on June 17th, 2021. The event was previously scheduled for May 6, 2021. This is, again, a request by the American Heart Association. The license number is 21 auction-00004. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. The next request is a review request to withdraw application for a new ABC license. This is from Handle 19, license number 117029. License number 117027. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Let's now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review request for a temporary operating retail permit. This is for Mid-Cities Beer, Wine, Spirits, and More, license number 118072. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote to the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. The next matter is a review application for a stipulated license with letter of agency support to operate with entertainment endorsement substantial change. This is from Immigrant Food, license number 115958. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote to the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. The next request is a review request for approval to provide a gift of a mobile bar for indoor patio service that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a
Mr.
second.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Grandis.
what is a mobile bar?
I believe that's what it says, Mr. Grandis, a mobile bar. I did not see the initial request from the requestee, but it is my understanding that I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot, sir. I just did not know what it is.
No, I do not know what a mobile bar is. I can go by what it says, but the operative part for us is that the wholesaler can provide a gift that does not exceed $500 in value to one of their establishments. And so what the board is voting on, it's not what it is, but the fact that the gift does not exceed $500 in value. So I'm unable to answer specifically what my mobile bar is. However, what we are voting on is whether, because this gift does not exceed $500 in value, will the board approve of this? Okay, so that's the question that we're having. So I believe that who had second the motion?
Ms. Crockett.
So Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. So we'll now have a roll call vote on the motion to approve this gift that doesn't exceed $500 in value. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Grandis would like to abstain.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter therefore passed 5-0-1 with Mr. Grandis abstaining. All right, thank you. All right, let's now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. The first establishment is CC Liquor, license number 023116. The licensee requested cancellation. The second licensee is Rosebud, license number 113804. Again, the licensee requested cancellation. I then make a motion that ABC board cancel the license for those two establishments because the licensee had requested cancellation. Is there a second?
Mr. Short,
Ms.
I second.
Crockett seconds.
Mr. Short and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our temporary one-day substantial change docket. The first request is a request that's made by Rabin, R-A-B-I-N, Mankhoul, M-A-K-H-O-U-L. This is for a one-day license, Class G. This is an event, it's a reception for a celebrity meeting with fans. The date of the event is April 9th, 2021, April 10th, 2021, April 11th, 2021, hours from 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. at 1227 31st Street Northwest. And the license number is 118116. 25 attendees with one security guard. I make a motion that the board grants this license. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that was properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our docket for the day. The docket are requests made by licensee, and this is the final process that the board needs to approve for the licenses to be granted. And so the first request, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to read, there are 4 licensees on our docket. I will read the name of the licensees, the type of requests that they are requesting, and at the end of the calendar, I will make a motion that we approve all of them. So the first request, a request made by Kirk Shoemaker, license number 21 IMP 00008. This is a personal importation permit application. The second request, a request made by Eaton DC, license number 095442. They are a retailer C. This is a letter of request for removal of Officer Francis Michael Simmons as president and director. The next request, a request made by Courtyard by Marriott, Washington, D.C., U.S. Capitol, license number 118032. They are a retailer C hotel. This is a transfer with sale application. The next request, a request made by Chicatana Fine Mexican Cuisine, license number 116631. They are a retailer C restaurant. This is a new ABC license application, and therefore make a motion that ABC board approves of the requests that were just read in the record on the docket. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right. The board has now come to the end of its morning business. The board will then be in recess until 1:30, the time of our 1:30 hearing. I now direct all board members to return to executive sessions for further business. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back in the record. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining us this afternoon, currently our board member, Bobby Cato, board member Rafi Crockett, board member Jenny Hansen, and board member Edward Grandis. The board currently has 5 members who are participating this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. Mr. James Short, I believe, should be joining us at some point. I believe that he's having some technical difficulties, so he should be joining. He will be able to join us shortly. All right, this afternoon, there are 6 cases scheduled on the calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. All right, our first case scheduled for this afternoon is a show cause hearing, case number 20, CMP 00050, Kiss Tavern, license number 104710. This case has been dismissed by the government. See board order number 2021-148. The next case on our calendar is a summary suspension hearing. It's case number 21, CMP 00013, 1831 Bar Lounge, license number 116855. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Jose, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Ortiz, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Canzada, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. All right, so this is, if everyone has, if you have a camera, please turn your camera on. If you have a camera, please. If you do not, then that's fine. So all the parties in this case, their rights have been, it has been elevated. So let's start off with, let's have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start with the government.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson and board members. Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHENORTIZ.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ortiz. Mr. and Mrs. Cansada, do you have a camera? Can you turn your camera on? If not, can you please identify yourself for the record by spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Amjad Khanzada, 1831 Bar and Lounge in Washington, D.C.
Can you please spell your name, sir?
Yes, please. My name is AMJAD, last name KHANZADA.
Canzada, Mr. Canzada, do you have a camera, sir?
Yes, please. Yes, sir. Hold on 1 second, please. Yes, yes, sir.
All right, good. I can see you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a summer suspension hearing. Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, the parties would like to present an offering compromise at this time.
And what is that, please?
The terms of the offering compromise are as follows. Number 1, suspension. Respondent shall serve a 15-day suspension of its ABC license. The date of the 15-day suspension to be served shall be Thursday, March 25th, 2021 through Friday, April 9th, 2021, which includes time served during the summer suspension period. The ABC license suspension shall be lifted at 8 a.m. on Saturday, April 10th, 2021, provided all other applicable requirements in this OIC have been satisfied by the respondent. Number 2, mask. Except when eating or drinking while seated during the public health emergency, the respondent shall require that all owners and employees of the establishment wear a mask or face covering while present on the licensed premises, regardless of whether they are on duty. The respondent shall also require patrons during the public health emergency to wear masks or face coverings prior to entering or while waiting in line outside of the licensed premises, while traveling to use the restroom, or until they are seated and eating or drinking. Number 3, music and entertainment. Respondents shall not offer live music or entertainment, including disc jockeys, or allow activities that require patrons to be in close proximity to one another while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2020-067, Mayor's Order 2020-075, Mayor's Order 2020-080, Mayor's Order 2020-119, Mayor's Order 2020-038, and in accordance with the board's notice of 11th emergency rulemaking. The respondent shall only offer recorded or background music that is played at a conversational level that is not heard in the homes of the district residents. Number 4, operating hours. Respondents shall not sell, serve, or permit the consumption of alcoholic beverages past midnight, while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2021-038, and in accordance with the board's rulemaking. Number 5, dining activities. Respondents shall only serve food and alcoholic beverages to patrons seated at tables while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2021-038, and in accordance with the board's rulemaking. Tables shall be placed so that patrons in different parties are placed at least 6 feet apart from one another, with no more than 6 patrons per table. Respondents shall have a menu in use containing a minimum of 3 prepared food items available for purchase, and shall require patrons to purchase 1 or more prepared food items per table. Patrons shall not be permitted to walk around the establishment with food and or alcoholic beverages. Number 6, bar activities. Respondents shall not seek patrons at indoor or outdoor bars that are being staffed or utilized by a bartender. Patrons shall not be permitted to stand at an indoor or outdoor bar to order food or alcoholic beverages. Number 7, contact tracing system. Respondents shall implement a reservation system by phone, online, or on site, and keep customer logs to facilitate contact tracing by DC Health. Number 8, capacity. Respondents shall limit its indoor capacity to no more than 25% of the lowest indoor occupancy load or seating capacity on a certificate of occupancy, excluding employees in outdoor seating, while the District of Columbia remains subject to Mayor's Order 2021-038 in accordance with the board's rulemaking. Number 9, social distancing walkthrough. Prior to lifting the suspension of the establishment's alcoholic beverage license, an ABRA investigator shall conduct a walkthrough of the licensed establishment with respondent to evaluate the establishment's compliance with the district's social distancing requirements. This evaluation shall include an assessment of the respondent's compliance with Mayor's Order 2020-075, Mayor's Order 2020-080, Mayor's Order 2021-038, and 23 DCMR Section 810.3. Number 10, locking of doors. The establishment shall not lock its front doors while patrons are inside of the establishment. Number 11, number 11, show cause. This matter will be referred to the Office of the Attorney General for possible show cause proceedings. And those are the terms of the offer in compromise.
So, Mr. Ortiz, is it your recommendation to the board that the board accept this OIC because you believe that it would address the emergency while we're having this hearing today?
Yes, that would be the district's representation.
Mr. Canzada, it's my understanding that there's an offer in compromise that Mr. Ortiz just read in the record. Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer in compromise?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to appeal this matter?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, are there any questions by any board members on the terms of the offer in compromise as provided by as read in the record by Mr. Ortiz? All right, hearing none, I then make a motion that the offer in compromise as read in the record by Mr. Ortiz be approved. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter therefore passes 5-0-0. Thank you very much, both Mr. Canzada and both you, Mr. Ortiz, for working this, for agreeing to an offer in compromise that the parties believe addresses the interests of the residents of the District of Columbia and addresses the emergency. And I thank you for that and have a great day.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, sir. Have a good day. All right, then. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 20 CC 0000007. Excuse me, Fuel Pizza and Wings, license number 88727. Mr. Ortiz, hold on 1 minute, please. This hearing has been canceled because an offer in compromise was provided to the board, and it was accepted by the board as read in our read on our legal agenda earlier this morning. So that case has been canceled because of the acceptance of an offer in compromise by the board. The next case on our calendar is case number 19 CMP 00218 Hawthorne, license number 99603. This hearing is also canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise that was provided to the board. The board did review the offer in compromise, and the board did accept it, and it was read in the record earlier this morning on our legal agenda. The next case on our calendar is case number 20 CMP 00017 Sharid Madrid Restaurant, license number 60806. And Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the investigator in this case, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Mr. Louis, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Ruiz, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Giron, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is case number 20 CMP 00017 Madrid Restaurant, license number 60806. Let's have the parties introduce themselves for the record. Let's start with the government, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson. John Louie on behalf of the government or District of Columbia. That's JOHNLUI.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Louie. I'm sorry, sir, I forgot your name. The licensee.
Ernesto Giron.
Can you spell your first and last name, sir?
Yes, first name ERNESTO, last name is Giron, GIRON.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Duran. It appears that you are in a moving vehicle, sir. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm not driving. I'm the passenger. I was hoping to be at work by this time, but I wasn't. And I wanted
well,
to
I think, but part of the problem, sir, is that you're in a moving vehicle, and so I'm not quite sure, how much longer will it be before you get to your location, sir?
It's going to be about 8-10 minutes.
I would prefer, sir, that we postpone, we pause this hearing until you get to your location. Although you state that you are a passenger in a vehicle, I don't believe that it is safe. I mean, I think part of the problem is that I'm not sure if the internet connection will be. So it's 1:53, and about what time do you believe that you will get to your location, sir?
Just slightly after 2.
I'm sorry, what did you say, sir?
Slightly after 2, like 2:03, 10 minutes.
All right, so it's 1:53. We're gonna go off the record until I'll say until 2:15. So we'll be off the record until 2:15. So we'll be off the record until 2:15, and so you can call back in, sir, at 2:15. So we'll get off the record until 2:15, and I'll direct that we'll go off the record for this case until 2:15. What I will now do, so you can hang up, sir. I'll call back your case at 2:15. So okay. Let me move on our calendar. So 2:15, sir. You heard me?
Yes, I did.
All right, thank you. All right, thanks. So I'm going to move on in our calendar. The next case in our calendar is case number 19 CC 00129, Law Society, license number 83420. Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure. I need to remove the parties from the previous case. One second.
That's fine. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Vassie have been elevated. Mr. Ortiz, you guys have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Vassie, if you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on, please, sir?
Sure. Are you able to see me?
Not as yet, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
I said no.
Oh, you're not able
to? I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Are you able to see me now?
Yes, I can see you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Ortiz, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia.
And Mr. Vassie, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Richard, last name is V-A-S-C-Y.
And what's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
The managing member.
All right, thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And this is another show cause hearing. Are there any preliminary matters in this case, please?
Yes, the parties have an offer in compromise that they would like to present to the board at this time.
And what is the offer in compromise, please?
Well, the offer in compromise is going to be regarding two cases. It would cover case number 19CC00129, which you just called on the record. It would also be with case number 20CC00023.
Okay.
And so the offer in compromise would be as to case number 19CC00129, charge 1, the sale of an alcoholic beverage to a person under 21 years of age. The fine would be a $2,000 fine to be paid within 120 days, or its license will be suspended until this fine is paid. There's also a suspension, number 2. The establishment shall serve a 5-day suspension of its ABC license. The date of the 5-day suspension shall be March 23rd, 2020 through March 27th, 2020, which includes time served while the establishment has been closed. As to charge 2, failure to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age, this charge will be dismissed. Those are the offering, and that's the offering compromise for case number 19CC00129. Now moving to case number 20CC0023. Charge 1, sale of an alcoholic beverage to a person under 21 years of age. The OIC is 1, a fine of $2,000 to be paid within 120 days, or its license will be suspended until the fine is paid. Number 2, the suspension. The establishment shall serve a 5-day suspension of its ABC license. The date of the 5-day suspension shall be April 2nd, 2021 through April 6th, 2021, which includes time served while the establishment has been closed. As to charge 2, failure to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age. This charge is dismissed as part of the offering in compromise, and those are the terms for case number 20CC00023.
All right, Mr. Ortiz, today is April 7th. And in case number 19CC00129, it's, as you stated, it's a sale to minor, and apparently with that sale to minor that there's a mandatory suspension, that there's a 5-day suspension. And from what you have told me, that the establishment would be suspended, and the suspension dates were March 23rd, 2020 through March 27th, 2020, which is a year ago. Which is a year ago. And okay, the case has been prosecuted today, and you're telling me that they served their suspension March 23rd, 2020, a year ago. And also in case number 20CC00023, and again, this is another case of there is a sale to minor, and based on the nature of the suspension, that based on the nature of the case, it appears that there's a mandatory suspension and a 5-day suspension, and the 5-day suspension would be effective April 2nd, 2021 through April 26th, 2021. And again, today is April 7th, 2021. So can you explain to me how is it that if the case is being prosecuted, I mean, you're providing an offer to the board today. How are you telling the board that the establishment served its mandatory suspension? One was a year ago, and one suspension started this week and ended yesterday. Can you please provide some clarification?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So it is my understanding that the Establishment Law Society has been closed since roughly about the start of the pandemic, and has remained closed throughout this time period. And I believe in Mr. Abbasi, I think you pronounce it, he could explain further or provide more details that the establishment is still closed at this time. And so that is why we provided that agreement of the 5-day suspension being served, since the establishment has remained closed throughout, or at least for almost a year now, or at least a little bit over a year.
Are you saying that part of the problem is that because of the violation, it's a mandatory suspension. I don't know why the establishment was closed, and it's not, at least it's not my view, that you committed a violation, there's a mandatory suspension, and the business is closed as a convenience to you. And then for whatever reason, then you're stating that because, oh yeah, I'm closed anyway, so that was my suspension. I don't understand why that's part of the analysis that was accepted. Why is that appropriate? How do we know that the establishment has, how does the board know that this establishment was closed March 23rd, 2020 through March 27th, 2020? And how is it that we know that this establishment was closed April 2nd, 2021 through April 6th, 2021? It's what type of monitoring? I mean, how is it that the board or the agency is assured that the establishment did not operate during this period of time?
Well, we do have the licensee here now, and so if he would like for the licensee to go under oath and to state that, to put that on the record that it has remained closed. My understanding is, and I assured in my conversation with the licensee, that the establishment had remained closed and had not opened throughout the entire time period. So that is my assurance, is that through multiple conversations with the licensee, that the establishment has remained closed throughout since the beginning of the pandemic.
And the reason I'm asking, the reason I've not gone to the licensee, Mr. Ortiz, because you're the government and you negotiated the terms with this licensee. And so that's why I'm asking you, is that you are aware that based on the charge, there is a mandatory, there was mandatory period for them to have served as a suspension because of the charge. And so you're saying to me that as part of your as part of the government's negotiation with the licensee, that the government is saying to the board that they have served, and so therefore we should accept this OIC. I mean, there's a difference if this was a summary suspension hearing, then it's much easier to accept it because we know that based on the infraction, the agency suspended the license and the agency ensured that the establishment was closed during the period of the suspension. But this closure was not initiated by the agency. And I'm aware that there's a pandemic and some businesses are open, others are closed based on the nature of their business. I'm also aware that the agency has had some flexibility that establishments are able to although some establishments have changed their business model, but the agency, we have changed the law based on COVID to allow some businesses, such as this one, to be open during that period of time. And so I'm just trying to make sure the agency need to be assured that these specific times that the government has agreed to, that the business was closed for sure. And that's where I am, because there's I'm not in a position to independently verify that these dates were closed, that the businesses were closed for these days, especially going back to March 23rd, 2020 of last year. Maybe this week it's the suspension, April 2nd, 2021 through April 6th, 2021. Maybe that one, because it's currently now. So we could say walk across the street or go to this establishment and see that the establishment, well, at least is closed today. But how how the agency assured that on March 23rd, 2020, that this establishment was closed.
I understand the board's concern at this time, and what I can say is if you give us a brief indulgence, then maybe I could renegotiate something.
I'm not asking. I'm not trying to get in the negotiation of parties. I'm not. That's not the purpose. And I'm not saying that the board will or will not accept this OIC. What I'm saying is that I have some questions. Just because it's presented, I have some questions, and I don't have any. I can't. I have some questions about how is it that we know that the business was closed for this period of time, and the reason why I'm there. These are two serious violations. Sale to minor, and based on and because these are not the first infractions for this establishment, it appears that because it's not the first, because it's my understanding, for first infraction you get a warning, you get a mandatory warning. But in these cases, there are no warnings, is that they're actually serving suspensions. So this is just saying to me that either the parties that agreed that it was egregious, or that because this was not necessarily the first incident, so there has to be a fine and a suspension. And so that's what the parties agreed to. I'm just not clear, how is it that we're being presented dates from March of last year, and now and dates of yesterday. So I'm not asking you. I mean, I'm not saying, well, go back and negotiate, because the board does not get. We don't do that. But if you want an opportunity to go off the record and speak to the licensee, you can. But I'm just saying that's not my purpose. Is that these are just questions that the board has, and that I expect that the government to provide the board a response. So therefore, once we go into our deliberation to make a determination, then we have enough information to make the decision on. So tell me what you want to do. Right.
So I would like at least a 15-minute indulgence at this time.
All right. So it's two. This is what I'm going to do. It's 2:09. The board will be off the record until 2:30. I did tell I don't know if for this case, we'll be off the record until 2:30. So I'll recall this case at 2:30. So I'll recall this case at 2:30. And I'll recall this case at 2:30. And so what I would want, all right, we're going to be off the record in 2:30. I know I told the other party 2:15 for the previous case that we were having some issues, but we'll be off the record until 2:30, and we'll deal with both cases when I come back. So we're off the record until 2:30, and then I'll ask the board members to return to executive session. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, we're back on the record, and we're back on the record for case number 19CC 00126 Law Society, license number 83420. Mr. Ortiz, can you come back on? And Mr. Vassie, please. We're back on the record.
I am here.
All right, Mr. Vassie. Mr. Ortiz, I just want to record to be clear. I was not trying to interfere in the negotiations between the parties. All I was doing is the government had provided us an offer in compromise. And all I was doing, asking the government, why is it that they, based on the terms that were being proposed, why those terms were appropriate to address the issue. I just want the record to be clear. That was the purpose of my questioning. Not that I did not agree or disagree with it. It's just I wanted the government to justify to the board why the government believes that the terms that were being provided were appropriate. All right, so where are we in this case now, Mr. Ortiz?
Understood, Mr. Chairperson. So the parties have consulted and proposed that the 10 days of the suspension to be served consecutively this week and next week. And so then I'll defer to the licensee to provide additional information about the licensee's intent to be closed. And I think that will.
No, I can ask. It's a $2,000 fine in both cases. A $2,000 fine to be paid within 120 days. And what are the days to be served? What are the specific days to be? Do you know, or do I need to ask Mr. Vassie? What are the specific days to be served?
Well, we indicated that it would be this week and next. And so if you do the 10 days, it would, starting tomorrow, Thursday, April 8th, it would be until, I believe, April 17th.
Remember, Mr. Ortiz, the record has to reflect the proper dates. So you need to look at the calendar and tell me the specific date. So I apologize, but remember, this is being recorded, and so I have to have the specific dates that's been addressed. So the agency will know what dates that we need to ensure that the licensee is closed.
Yes, it would be April 8th through April 17th. The suspension shall be lifted on Sunday, April 18th at 8 a.m.
All right, Mr. Vassie, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Richard Vassie.
Vassie, I apologize, sir. It's my understanding, sir, that there's an offer in compromise, and I did not ask you a question before, because the offer in compromise was provided by the government, and I need the government to explain to me what the terms are prior to coming to you and speaking to you. So it's my understanding now that the suspension will be served from April. Well, it's my understanding that the offer in compromise is that there is a fine in case number 19CC 000129, that there is a fine of $2,000 to be paid within 120 days. If it's not paid within 120 days, the fine will be suspended. I'm sorry, the license will be suspended. That there is a 5-day suspension for that case. That charge 2 will be dismissed, failure to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age. And for case 20CC 00023, again, sale to minor, that there's a fine of $2,000 to be paid within 120 days, that there's a 5-day suspension, and that that failure to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age, that charge will be dismissed. I'm sorry, and I'm hoping, Mr. Ortiz, that I'm not crossing the line, so I apologize for that. I need to come back to you, sir. It's my understanding that normally in the sale to minor, that as one of the terms that all persons who sell or serve alcohol has to go through training within 90 days. I thought that by statute that was part of the terms. And I've noticed that was not. I could be wrong, but I noticed that was not mentioned in this. Is this part of the negotiation with the party, or was this overlooked?
No, no, Mr. Chairperson, it was definitely not overlooked under DC Code 25-7, Section 25-781, which covers the sale to minors, specifically F1. It will indicate that it's a 5-day suspension that needs to be served. Now, parties or establishments have the possibility of staying those 5-day suspension pending that alcohol awareness training. Therefore, meaning the establishment can serve the 5-day suspension, not have the and not do the training, or not serve the 5-day suspension, have those 5-day suspensions stay for 1 year, pending or conditioned on, I should rather say, conditioned on the fact that those who serve, all employees who serve alcoholic beverages receive that training. And that is why because the establishment is going to serve the suspension, that is why we did not include that training requirement in the offering compromise, but it was not overlooked.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Ortiz. And I think I might have. I'm glad that you have the rule book in front of you, which I have mine myself too. So you were able to quote. And I just want to make sure, and I appreciate the clarification that you have made for me, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Understood, Mr. Chairperson. I expected that question to be asked, and so I knew I had to have an answer ready for you.
Well, thank you very much. I think you've been appearing in front of me too often, so now you know my tendencies. Thank you very much, sir. All right, and I apologize, Mr. Vasey. So I just want. All right, so it's my understanding that there's an offering compromise for case number 19CC 00129 that there's a fine of $2,000 to be paid in 120 days. If it's not paid in 120 days, the license will be suspended. That as part of that the charge, there's a 5-day suspension. That charge 2 will be dismissed. In case number 20CC 00023, that again another sale to minor, that there's a $2,000 fine to be paid within 120 days. If it's not paid within 120 days, that the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. And that there is a 5-day suspension, and that charge 2 will be dismissed. And so for both cases, there's a $4,000 fine payable within 120 days. If the fine is not payable within 120 days, the license will be suspended, and that there is a 10-day suspension, and the days for suspension are April 8th, 2021 through April 17th, 2021, and that the suspension will be lifted at 8 a.m. on April 18th, 2021. Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer in compromise?
That is correct. Yes. Ortiz and I spoke earlier. Given the fact that there is some questions or concerns in regards to ascertaining validity behind whether or not the establishment has been closed, we thought it might just be an easier solution for the board just to accept the 10 days moving forward, because we have been closed and we unfortunately cannot open and will remain closed. So at this particular point, I'm in agreement with this OIC and hope that the board will accept this edited version for your review and approval.
Well, thank you for bringing that clarification to the board, Mr. Vasey. I appreciate your you bringing that clarification to the board. All right. So, are you aware then that by accepting an offer in compromise that you give up your right to a hearing?
That is correct.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you give up your right to appeal this matter?
That is correct.
Any questions by any board members regarding the offer in compromise? All right, see no questions. I'm going to make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now take a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0-0. Thank you, Mr. Vesey. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. I hope I did not make life more difficult for you today, but that was not my intent. It's just to clarify the record. I understand that because of COVID-19, that business models for many establishments have been substantially impacted. But at the same time, and I empathize with you that your establishment has been closed, at least the representation that you have made is that the establishment has been closed since last year. This is a serious violation. Sale to minor, it is a serious violation. And it is important to the board that there is some semblance that an establishment recognize the fact that the board will take the privilege from you of serving alcohol. In this particular case, based on COVID, it's not apparent that although some businesses have been able to be open during this period of time, that your business model, you have not been open. So at least I believe that because of the fact that your business, based on the representation that you have made today, and that your business cannot take advantage of some of the flexibility that the agency provides for some similar businesses to be open, that I don't believe that imposing additional penalties, burdens, I think that would be overkill. That's just my personal opinion. And so therefore, I will accept the representation that the place will remain open, that you're not going to take advantage of some of the flexibilities that the agency has provided other similar facilities for them to be in business at some point. So I want to let you know that I empathize with you, but it is a sale to minor. It's something that's very serious to the board, and we need to make sure that the licensee recognize the fact that this is something that is very important to the board, in the sense that there's some type of responsibility should be taken by the licensee. Okay.
We do completely understand and appreciate your attention to this, and believe us, we've when the time is right, we're able to open again. There will be different protocols in place. We had gone through a number of years without any issues, but unfortunately there was a bit of change in a cross period of time for about 3 or 4 months, and it caused a little bit of difficulty. But we'll be starting anew and with much different protocols in place. So, but we understand it and we appreciate your time. And as you guys know, it's been a difficult time frame for all of us. So we just hope the city can get back to normal in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Vasey, and I do hope so. And thank you again for the representation that you made today. All right. And thank you, Mr. Ortiz, and thank you very much. Have a great day.
Chairperson and all board members.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so let's recall case number 20 CMP 00017, Madrid Restaurant, license number 60806. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the government and also the licensee in this case too, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Mr. Louis, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Ruiz, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Giron, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Duran, I feel safe that we can do this hearing. I mean, safety is paramount to me. And so I want to make sure I would not want to be, although you are a passenger in a vehicle, sir, but I would not want to be on our YouTube channel and see something happen in front of our eyes, and then so that's one of the reasons why I insisted that you're at a stationary position to do this hearing. Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Louis. Can you again identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson and board members. My name is John Louis on behalf of the District of Columbia.
Mr. Guren, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes. Ernesto Giron, Ernesto. Last name Giron.
Excuse me, sir. What's your relationship to the establishment?
I'm the owner, vice president of the corporation.
All right. Thank you. All right. This is a show cause hearing. Are there any preliminary matters here, Mr. Louis?
No, there are not.
All right. So is the government ready to move forward in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Guran, this is a show cause hearing. And so basically, I'm not sure if you've participated in a show cause hearing before. The government will, both sides will provide an opening statement to say what the case is, what witnesses that they have, what they intend to prove. The government will call its witness, and the government will question its witness. You will then have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness by the government. After the government has rested its case, then you will have an opportunity to call witnesses. I don't know, are you bringing in witnesses, sir, or you're the only one who's testifying?
I'm the only one testifying today.
All right. And so then I will swear you in, you will testify. Mr. Louis will cross-examine you, and the board then will ask questions of you. After you're done, I'll ask both sides to make closing arguments, and then the case will be over. So closing arguments basically is that you're saying to the board what it is that you have proven or the government has proven. The government will say to us what it is that they specifically what it is that they want the board, whether or not the government has met its burden of proof that the violations that you were charged with, and you will at your closing, then you'll say that the government, if that's so your desire, that the government has not met its burden. What is it that your case proved, and what it is that you want the case to, what it is that you're asking the agency to do. You have any questions you want to ask, sir?
Not at the moment. I'm going to wait for the
All right. Okay, fine. Okay, so Mr. Louis, you wish to do a close, I'm sorry, an opening statement, please.
Yes, very briefly.
Yes.
Good afternoon, board members. We are here today in the show cause matter of MST Enterprises Incorporated, trading as Choraria.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Hold on 1 minute. Mr. Guran, can you put your phone on mute, please, if you have not done so?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Can you mute your microphone, please?
Okay.
Yeah, that's where the background was coming from. Go ahead, Mr. Louis.
We are here today in the show cause matter of MST Enterprises Incorporated, trading as Choraria Madrid restaurant located at 2505 Champlain Street Northwest. The show cause notice issued in this matter concerns the sole charge that the licensee provided live entertainment in the form of a disc jockey without an entertainment endorsement in violation of DC Code Section 25-113A-B1. The evidence will show that on Wednesday, January 1st, 2020, at approximately 2:55 a.m., Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration investigators Mark Ruiz and Andy De Los Santos were monitoring and heard amplified music emanating from the establishment. The investigators entered and observed a disc jockey providing live entertainment by manipulating a turntable and mixing music. Ernesto Giron, the owner, provided the establishment's ABC license to Investigator Ruiz that showed that it lacked entertainment endorsement. That's it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Guran, do you wish to make an opening statement now, or you can make it when you present your case? No, you need to unmute your phone, sir.
I can make a statement right now.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, I do not dispute that we had a DJ that one night. Unfortunately, the reason why the investigator came into the restaurant is not, it's omitted from the report. And that's what I'm gonna show. Why he actually came into a restaurant on New Year's Eve.
Let me ask a question. Is there agreement? Okay, the charge in this case, hold on, what was the charge? The charge in this case is to provide entertainment without an entertainment endorsement. That's the charge. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so Mr. Guerin, are you stating that that is correct? No,
Yes.
I'm not. You don't have to say that. You can say no. What I'm trying to say. If you're saying that is true, and then you have an explanation, and then we just argue about explanation, and then you could say that that I shouldn't be punished for this or whatever. We can make the argument. But are you disputing that whether or not you provided entertainment without an entertainment endorsement? And that's what I'm just asking. If you're disputing that, then we can go through the full hearing. But if you're stating that yes, that's correct, but I have an explanation, then we can agree that yes, the charge is correct, and then you try to explain it away. So that's what I'm not trying to influence you I'm just trying to get some clarification.
Yes, I'm not disputing that we had a disc jockey that one night. No.
All right. Okay. So what? If the parties agree, then, well, I'm not sure in this particular case. You know what? Let me have you do your case, Mr. Louis, because I think that although Mr. Guerin is saying that he's not disputing it, I think he has a different explanation about why the investigator was there. So okay, so I'll have you, Mr. Guerin, you always have to put your phone on mute. And you have to remember when you talk to unmute yourself. There's some feedback. That's why I always remind you. And my screen tells me who's speaking or whose phone is unmuted. All right, so I'll have you present your case, Mr. Louis, and then we'll just make a decision. Do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, thank you. The government would like to call Investigator Mark Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Louis.
Thank you. Could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, first name's Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name's Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
Mr. Ruiz, where are you currently employed?
By the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And what is your position at the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration?
Investigator.
And how long have you been an investigator?
Just over 2 years now.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as an investigator?
To inspect and investigate ABRA licensed establishment within the District of Columbia.
Are you familiar with Choraria Madrid restaurant?
I am.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
Visited for inspections on numerous occasions.
Focusing on what happened on January 1st, 2020. What happened that evening?
On that evening, while monitoring establishments within the city, visited Choraria Madrid during that evening after observing music, loud music.
And what happened after that, after you heard the loud music?
We entered the establishment, made our way up the steps and located source of the music, which was a DJ.
And were you accompanied by another investigator?
Yes.
And who?
Investigator De Los Santos. And investigator Platas and Puente were present as well as we were walking together.
What happened after you walked up the steps?
Noticed the DJ, and then verified whether they had an entertainment endorsement.
Could you describe the DJ?
The DJ, which was located in the front, the second level, front of the establishment by the window, equipped with a laptop and mixing board, was appeared actively to be mixing music, playing music.
And what happened after you observed the disc jockey manipulating music and the turntable?
Verified the license, again for the entertainment endorsement, discovered that there was no entertainment endorsement attached to the license for that evening.
And who provided you the ABC license?
The owner, Mr. Giron.
I'm going to show you a document marked as Government 1 for identification. Ms. Andrews, if you can elevate my rights to share a document.
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Louis, share your screen now.
Thank you. Investigator Ruiz, could you identify this document?
Yes, that is the case report that I drafted for this case.
What is the case number?
20-CMP-00017.
And what is the date? When is the date of occurrence?
January 1st, 2020.
And did you sign this report?
I did.
And you drafted this report?
Yes.
And is this the fair and accurate representation of the case report that you drafted and prepared case number 20-CMP-0017 for the incident occurring on January 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Mr. Chairperson, at this time, the government would like to move Government Exhibit 1 into evidence.
It's so moved, but you don't have to necessarily move it into evidence, Mr. Louis. It's by statute, it is a part of the evidence. It's a part of the record, but it's so moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Investigator Ruiz, just directing your attention to Exhibit 1 of the case report. Can you see this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a photo of the DJ actively mixing music.
And what else appears in this picture?
Laptop and a DJ mixing board.
And directing your attention to, it's blurry, but Exhibit 4 of the ABC, or Exhibit 4 of the case report. What is this document?
That is a photo of the alcohol license.
What can you observe on the ABC license?
Well, the name of the establishment, the license number, as well as the endorsements, which only allows them the holiday extension.
And what is lacking from the license?
An entertainment endorsement.
I have no further questions for this witness, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Giron, do you have any questions for Mr. Ruiz?
I do. I have two questions.
No, ask him, sir.
Okay, Mr. Ruiz, when you came into the restaurant, do you remember what you were actually asking about? When you came in and you started saying about how we were in violation? And of what?
I don't recall.
Yeah. And then, do you remember when the other investigator, the female investigator, showed up and told you that we had an endorsement to be on the extended hours? And I was trying to explain that to you, and you needed proof. And I forgot that it was on the license until she showed you. Do you remember that?
I do now, yes.
Yes. That was
There
the
was a
reason
holiday extension and you have
said,
it on your license.
yes. The reason why you came in that day, you remember? It was because you thought we were in violation of the hours.
That's correct.
Yes.
That was part of the reason as well, yes.
That was the main reason. And that's it. That's it. That's all I got.
I'm sorry, you don't have any other questions, sir?
No.
Let me, Mr. Ruiz, as an investigator, when you were out that night, what were you looking for? When you go out, what is it that you look for when you go to, I mean, what was the purpose of going out that night?
Well, that night was New Year's Eve holiday, New Year's Day. So we were monitoring ABRA establishments, ensuring that they were following the holiday extension. They had holiday extension and were following the regulations for that evening, as well as capacities of the restaurants as well.
So I'm sorry, specifically when you go out, when you were out that night, what were you looking for when you visited different establishments? Tell me what it is you're looking for as part of your duties that night.
That they're operating according to the law, that they have an ABRA manager on duty, that they are operating within their licensed hours, as well as having the proper endorsements for live entertainment, as well as cover charge.
All right. Any other questions by the board members? Mr. Gruan, any questions of Mr. Ruiz based on the questions that I asked?
Oh, sir.
No. Mr. Louis, any questions of any follow-up questions of Mr. Ruiz?
No, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Ruiz, thank you very much for your testimony. You can, you're released. Mr. Louis, do you have another witness?
No, Mr. Chairperson.
So do you rest?
Yes. The government rest.
All right, thanks. Mr. Grion, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? Move your hand over a little bit, yeah. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay, the statement? Is that what?
I'm sorry, say what, sir?
I don't know. It's John Louis gonna ask me questions or?
No, you're gonna tell me, you're gonna explain your case, sir. So this is you're now putting your case on. So I put you, since I swear you in, you tell me your position, what happened that night, and then once you're done, Mr. Louis will ask you questions on cross-examination. I will ask questions and then the board might ask questions of you. But just remember, once you state your position, then Mr. Louis is gonna cross-examine you, sir. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, that one night, it was a New Year's Eve. We had just a few people. It wasn't a packed house at all. And we decided to have a DJ just to bring more people, hopefully, to spend money. Then around right before 3 a.m., like at 2:55, uh, the investigator came in, and he came in running, started screaming, you are in violation. You're in violation. You're still serving drinks. It's almost 3 a.m." And he ran upstairs and he went down. His other partner came in and he told them, take photos because they're in violation. It's almost 3. They should be closed. And I told him, look, we have an extension for the extended hours. We have the endorsement. And he's showed me proof. And I I didn't even know that it was written on the license itself. Because the year before we had a letter that was proof. Avra sent a letter to all the businesses were in the extended hour program. And I didn't have that letter anymore. And he said, well, you can't prove it to me. I'm going to write you up and, that you are in violation of your hours. And I kept telling him, look, we are part of the extended hour program. And he wouldn't have it. Then a female investigator came in and she asked him what's going on. And he explained to her, they're in violation. They're still serving drinks. They should be closed. And she said, show me the license. And I showed her the license. And she pointed out they can be open until 4 because they're part of the extended program, the extended hour program. And she left. That was all she said. She was like, let's go. He just stood there. I guess he was embarrassed. And he was just looking. And yes, I had a DJ. I know I shouldn't have. I didn't know that I could apply for an exemption for 1 day. But we never had a DJ. And I thought, hey, it's New Year's and I need money. Probably gonna, bring more people like that. And he went upstairs and he took photos and he said, I'm gonna write you up for the DJ since I can't write you up for the extended hours. And that's it. And he did.
Anything else you want to say?
And no, that was it.
All right, Mr. Louis, do you have any questions of Mr. Giron?
Yes, just a few. Mr. Giron, how long have you been a business owner, or how long have you owned Churreria Madrid?
Almost 15 years.
And are you familiar with the ABC laws and regulations?
Yes, some of them, yes. Not all of them.
And are you familiar with how to apply for endorsements?
Yes, I applied for the extended hour endorsement myself.
And what about the entertainment endorsement?
I did apply for it, but the ANC in my area voted against it because they didn't want to. They thought that it was going to bring criminals to the area, so they voted against us getting the entertainment endorsement.
And on the evening of January 1st, 2020, you didn't have an entertainment endorsement, did you?
No, I didn't.
I have no further questions, Mr. Giron. Thank you.
All right, let me ask you a question, Mr. Giron. In your mind, what is an entertainment endorsement? Why did you apply for an entertainment endorsement before?
Well, because we were planning on having a band play, and I was told that I needed to have the endorsement because it was a pretty popular band in the area, local, and it was going to bring a lot of people from Honduras. And they told me that I had to have one because it was going to be probably too many people, and that's why I applied. And it was denied. And then on the day of the hearing, I was told by I'm sorry, by one of the investigators that was there. Like, if I wanted to have probably like a computer playing, that was gonna be okay, hooked up on the Bluetooth, and that was it. I mean, that one day out of the whole year, we had a DJ.
So you had what?
After the we were denied the endorsement.
Right.
One day I decided to have a DJ, and that was it.
So, were you aware that if you have a DJ, you need to have an entertainment endorsement?
Yes, I was, and I am.
So if you applied, you were going to have a band, you applied for entertainment endorsement, and it was denied. But then you decide to have a DJ, and knowing that you need to have an entertainment endorsement, but you still had a DJ.
Right. Yeah. When I applied, it was I forgot the year, but it was about 1 or 2 years before the incident when I applied for the endorsement, and I didn't have the band, I didn't have no DJs or live entertainment at all throughout that whole time until that one day, and it was New Year's Eve.
So this happened in January of 2020. So have you applied to the agency to have a entertainment endorsement?
No, I haven't, and at this point I probably won't, because the ANC in the area wants to have a neighborhood agreement. But if I have the neighborhood agreement, I cannot be part of the extended hour program. And we kind of like doing the extended hour when we were able to. So that's why we decided not to. And plus, anyways, right now we do everything on Bluetooth. We put an application, and it just plays music. We have a sound system for that. So there is no DJ needed now.
Well, so it's not my job to give you legal advice, but I would suggest that you have a conversation with the agency about your activities. I don't know whether or not it's legal or not, but just to make sure that you're compliant with the law. I'm just saying that you talk to the agency about your business model to make sure that you're in compliance with the law, sir. That's all I'm saying. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Based on what you just presented, I would hope that you come into the agency and talk to them about what it is that you're doing and whether or not that's in compliance with the law. All right. Any questions by any of the board members? Mr. Louis, any question of Mr. Gurion based on the question that I asked?
No, Mr. Chairperson.
Do you have anything that you want to say, Mr. Gurion? I'm going to give you another opportunity again to close your case and for you to tell us what it is you want us to do. But just at this phase, is there anything else you want to say?
Yes. Well, the only thing is that if the board feels that I should be punished for having a DJ.
No, we're not there yet. I'm going to give you an opportunity.
Okay.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to close, and then you can tell us what you want us to do. So, but this is you're still testifying. So I'm just saying, based on the questions that just asked, did you have anything else you want to clarify? Is there anything else you want to say before then you wrap up your case? Because Mr. Louis is going to wrap up his case, and then I'm going to have you wrap up your case.
Okay. Yes, just that. I'll wait for the closing statements. It's fine.
All right. Okay, fine. So you rest now. Mr. Louis, you wish to make a closing?
Yes, briefly.
All right.
The government has proven by preponderance of the evidence that the licensee provided entertainment in the form of a disc jockey without the proper endorsement. We heard from Investigator Ruiz that on Wednesday, January 1st, 2020, at approximately 2:55 a.m., he was monitoring and heard amplified music emanating from the establishment. Investigator Ruiz entered and observed a disc jockey providing live entertainment by manipulating a turntable and mixing music. Ernesto Giron, the owner, provided the establishment ABC license to Investigator Ruiz that showed that it lacked an entertainment endorsement. We also heard from Mr. Giron, who admitted that a disc jockey was present that evening providing entertainment and that the establishment still does not have an entertainment endorsement. The government has therefore proven this charge in the notice to show cause. The government recommends that the board apply a penalty consistent with DC Code Section 25-830. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Louis. Mr. Giron, now you can wrap up your case, and now you can tell the board what it is you want the board to do, sir.
Yes, thank you. Just that the case to me is the way that the investigators approached the whole situation was wrong, and the way that they omitted all the information from the report only for what was convenient to them, it's wrong as well. The DJ was there one day, one night for New Year's Eve. Investigators, they just didn't want to, they didn't approach the whole situation properly. And I think that I should be punished for having a DJ one day out of the whole year, out of probably 2 years from the moment that I applied for endorsement license, and was denied for 1 year, for 1 day. I'm sorry. I don't know. I think I should get a warning, because that has never happened. After that, when he showed up a couple of days later to investigate, there was no music, there was no DJ, there was nothing there. And it's in the record as well on his report that he showed up, and he just told me that to sign it, and that's it. That's all I got to say.
All right, thank you, sir. The record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law waive their right to do so? For your purpose, Mr. Giron, do you just want the board to make a determination on the evidence that was presented today?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Louis.
The government waives.
All right. The board will issue a decision within 90 days. All right, so hold on, please. So we'll issue a decision within 90 days. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 20 CMP 00017, Sharita Madrid Restaurant, license number 60806, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 20 CMP 00017, Sharita Madrid Restaurant, license number 60806. For the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been seconded. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
With Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that a motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board Conference Room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. Thank the parties for their presentation today. The board will listen, look at the statute, and make a determination as per the statute. All right, so thank you very much and have a great day. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. All right, so that's the end of our calendar for the day. And I'm going to address our calendar for Thursday, April 18th, 2021. On our calendar for Thursday, April 8th, 2021, we had a protest hearing case number 21 PRO 00014, Lee's Liquor, license number 095751. This case is continued until April 22nd, 2021 at 10 a.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 20 PRO 00047, Handle 19, license number 117027. This case has been canceled due to the withdrawal of the application. All right, we're going to go off the record. I just want to alert the court reporter that we're going to be off the record, and I believe we should be back. I'll come back to close the case at 3:45. So at 3:45, I will come back and I'll close the case. So we're off the record until 3:45. So now I will ask the board members for us to return to executive sessions. Thank you. All right, we're back in the record. And so I need to read, we have an amendment to a supplement to our administrative docket. And the docket is a request again where licensees have made certain requests from the agency, and this is one of the final processes in approving the license. So the supplement to our administrative document, it's a request made by Buzzard Point Fish House, license number 111655. They are a retailer C restaurant. This is a trade name application. The new name of the establishment is the Point Fish House, the Point DC, the Point. So those are the three names of this establishment. I then make a motion that the board grants approve this name change. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. All right, we're now at the end of our business for the day. I've done the calendar and I've done the different agendas. So I will now close the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverages Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on April 21st, 2021, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for April 21st, 2021, as published in the DC Register on April 9th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We have now adjourned for the day. I want to thank the board members for their active participation today. And so we will now return to executive session for further business. Thank you very much and have a great day.